Come on, Botrix, get on in here. Where you at, Botrix? Hey, Miss Space Nut. First one in. I forgot to schedule one. Well, I didn't forget to schedule one for today. I accidentally used it yesterday. And then it went away. Well, that's weird. Your subscriptions haven't uploaded any videos yet. Try finding another channel to subscribe to. Well, that's bizarre unless I unsubscribe to myself. Nope, the other ones are coming with me. I didn't want to continue being late for the live stream, so I brought Zuma out into the car to entertain somebody. Hey, there's Botrix. Okay. We got quite the mess going on here, don't we? Quite a few things sitting there don't belong. Alright. Yes, there are more doggos coming with us today. Get out of my seat. Alright, the boots, get in there. Annie took off, y'all. Annie took off. I went to let her out of the house to get into the car, and she didn't even look, she didn't even turn around. $225 points. Oh. Just in the waiting room saying stuff. Farming XP. Oh, you're funny too. Good luck, Cosmo. Good luck. Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater. Oh, somewhere in the neighborhood. She likes to run over to the neighbor's house behind us. I wasn't kidding when I said that she likes to go visit the neighbors in her little bio thing there. She likes to jump the fence and then travel. Here she comes. That's why I wasn't concerned about it. I knew she comes back. She's had her face posted on the internet as an escapee who likes to visit people but is quite friendly. Come on. Get in there. You finally done with your neighborhood tour? She don't come back unless she wants to. So screaming and yelling doesn't fix anything. Usually I'll give her about 10 minutes at this point and just keep an eye on her, which is what I was doing. And she came on back, didn't she? Yeah. Alright. Okay. I think I'm going to go get my caffeine from in the house. If we have enough subscribers, we have to go get dog food later. We'll give the collar cam here a test out. All right, I am back. Hello, hello. Yeah, I am unorganized today. I had to make sure we had dice. I had to make sure we had peanut butter. I gotta possibly gonna be out for quite a bit of time today, so I had to make sure I had enough of the things that I wanted to bring with me, because my MO is to forget things and go in and out of the house 4 or 5 times. That's usually how it works for me. Ooh, maybe I'll use her old harness instead of this red one. Because I kind of like this red one for not filming. But we learned yesterday that the elastic band, she's not a fan of these stretchy elastic bands around her neck. But she's never tried to pull off the harness after having it on. So what I'm thinking is I'll just have to modify this so that it goes right on her harness and it doesn't have the elastics that she can't stand. But she was chewing on them last night, and I have no doubt in my mind that if she had the opportunity and enough time, she would chew right on through that elastic band. And I'd really prefer that wasn't the case. But this thing's got 2 mounting locations, so I can actually, if I disassemble it, I'd be able to assemble it in 2 different fashions. It's meant for the neck and then also the back. But this one's smaller than this one, so I might be able to fix this one to one of our harnesses, and then the mount would just attach to it. But either way, that's the case there. We might be using that today. I don't know. Don't know yet. Haven't figured it out. I know we have to go get dog food today, but I don't know if I'm going to film while doing that. Get your jingle bells, girlie. Yeah, you got to get your gear on. What did I do with that other piece of gear? I just had it. It's in my pocket. It fell down in my pocket. Yeah, it's the working girl here. There you go. Get your colors on. Okay. All right, thank you. First stop is going to be the tobacco store because I'm all out. And if I don't get my tobacco fix for my nicotine, then my brain will yell at me. My brain will have a fit. So we're going to prioritize that today. Excuse me, Annie, move your face out of my way. Will you move your face out of my way, girlie? Come on. Holy moly. Just because my hand comes anywhere near you does not mean it needs to be pet time. Yes, I am back. Cosmo. Yeah, she needs to be comfy for sure. Yeah. I am back. Yes, the phone died for last night's live stream, but I did learn that I learned two things. I learned that the magnetic charger will not keep the phone charged enough to not deplete the battery while live streaming. And I also learned that while the battery is depleting, the phone doesn't try to restart itself. because that live stream ran for 7 hours continuously uninterrupted. So those are two fun things I've learned. I learned that the phone won't shut itself down if it's not plugged into a reliable charging source. And I learned that the charging cable only extends the life of the phone while live streaming. Oh goodness. Oh, so bumpy. Holy friggin' moly. Aha. Cosmo's already #1. How'd you do that, Cosmo? How'd you do that? Oh, that clock is way off. Holy moly. It's telling me it's 10:04. Which means it's like an hour and 26 minutes off. It's sagging on me. Stupid phone. Apparently. Apparently. So we know that the system does not like the misses. And robots are not a fan. Mrs. Space Nut, the robots are not a fan. But apparently they are a fan of Cosmo. I saw you in here last night while I was asleep messing around with Botrix. Did sag on you guys, didn't it? To figure out how to fix that. For those of you guys who actually like having Botrix around, I like having him around. I think he's pretty informative. But for those of you who like having him around, if you want to see Botrix talk about other things, you just gotta let me know what you want to see, and we'll put it up there. Alrighty. See if I can't adjust this so that it actually stays where I want it. Need a wrench or something. Sucker doesn't want to stay. What about the bot? If you guys want to see the bot talk about other things, you just let me know, and I'll try to set up the bot to do other things. Yeah, I have noticed that it seems to spam a lot, but the 3 timed messages that come in are set quite far apart from one another, and it won't put the message out there unless at least one message has come through in the time limit. I gotta run in here and get my nicotine. I will be right back shortly. All of you guys in here who agree with Mrs. Space Nut about the peanut butter, type exclamation point give PB. I'm gonna need my ID for this. Yes. Scooch. Oh, Rick. His bed. Oh, that's like cheating. She agrees with herself. Well, at least she didn't disagree with herself. That could be a lot more problematic. So, Dexter's got his own bed. Like a little... Yeah, he doesn't go anywhere near it. But now he's finally in his own bed. Yep. Our dogs were like that too. We had a little doggy bed for them that they would never sleep on, ever, ever, ever. And then my son got a Spider-Man beanbag chair. And then they would consistently stay on the beanbag chair, like right next to their own bed. I don't know. What I learned about cats is you have to put their sleeping spot somewhere where they like to be. So if that happens to be like in the window, right? If they like to look out the window, yeah. That's where you want to put it. I did in the past I had a tabby in the past, and most awesome cat ever, super lovable, loves pets. He wouldn't let anybody else pick him up, but if I picked him up, he would wait till I kissed the back of his head and then rubbed him, like gave him a pet from his head to his tail before he would let go. But before he would jump away. It was like a release command that I taught the cat. And I was the only one that it would listen to about getting onto the counters. I taught it to associate the snap of my fingers with a spray bottle. So eventually I only had to snap my fingers. But I had to teach it that by snapping my fingers and spraying at the same time. This way the sound was associated with the water. But that cat was awesome. He would follow me around like a dog. All the time. You know, super lovable, always wanted to be next to me. The biggest nuisance I had with that animal was that I would try to sneak out at like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, go chill on the porch and smoke a bowl and a cigarette. And this the feline would just stand by the door and just meow. And my parents had this like 30-foot ceiling in the foyer where the cat would be, and it would just echo throughout the entire house. It would just be like meow, 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 meow. Couldn't keep them inside. I think I'm going to change Botrix's automatic messages at some point. I'm still tweaking him. I didn't add any commands last night. I don't think I added any commands last night. I have not forgotten about the peanut butter. I am going to give them some. But my brain's been jonesing to get this nicotine fix, so I'm just making myself a cigarette first. Dexter's very independent until he's all by himself. You know, I didn't even think about it. Would Botrix respond to an emoji command? Like if I were to do like that. Peanuts, butter, clock, smiley face. If I did like exclamation point, peanuts, butter, clock, smiley face. Would Botrix respond to that? I think it would. Fair enough. So it probably would respond to that. Interesting. I think me and Botrix are going to have a session where I add new stuff to Botrix and switch around some of the stuff. Like, I don't really like the way Botrix is saying you want to know more about the dogs, speak my language, I don't know. Something like that kind of. It's like too much. So I'm going to continue tweaking it. I do like that it chats though, because it does keep the chat engagement going. Alright. Got the peanut butter. Peanut butter time. Should we do Annie first? You know, she's the one that's going to be insistent, right? It's going to be your turn. Oh yeah, come on up here. Yeah, get you close up. Oh yeah. No, noms. You got it all. That was it. It's all gone. It's gone. You got it. Okay. Next one. Vacate. Vacate the limelight. Your turn is over. Go on, vacate the limelight. There you go. We'll give Zuma the limelight for now. Here you go, Zoom. Yeah, some peanut butters. Oh, no. Yeah, they seem to know everybody's getting turned. Annie was the hardest one to teach that. The other two kind of listen. But Annie's very motivated by food. It's very food driven. Zuma is too. But she's had a lot more practice than Annie. Listening to commands. That's it. Spoon's all gone. Last little bit. Okay, it's Letty's turn to be in the limelight. Go on. Letty's turn. Come on, Letty, get up here. Go on, Zoo. Vacate the limelight. Yeah, I get that eye boogie. Go ahead, vacate the limelight. You got another eye boogie right there. Ladybug, it's your turn. Come on, Bugs. Come on, Bugger. Come on. Get on up here, Bugs. Come on. Go. Get in the back. Get in the back so Letty can have her turn. I know, you're trying to shake on me. Yeah, I know. Thanks. Now get in the back. Go on. Back up. Back up. Shake all you want. It doesn't matter. It's Letty's turn. Alright, I mean, we might just have to give Letty from back here. I don't think she wants the close-up. No. No. Excuse me. Come on, Letty. Come on. Come on, Letty. Get up here. Come on, Letty. Get up here. Get in the limelight. Scooch back, Zoom. Scooch back, Zoom. Go in the back. Go in the back, Zoom. There you go. You two. Go in the back. Go. Go, Annie. Go. There you go. Alright. Ladybug. Oh, jeez. She got that whole clump right off of it. No hesitation there. She knows. She's like, it's my turn, and I'm going to get all of it in one bite. Much quicker this time around. Yeah. She doesn't want to sacrifice any of that peanut butter. She did. She did finally get there. You want to help get that off of there, Zoo? You got little crumbles left? Yeah. All right. Good girls. We actually have a jar of peanut butter in the house with one of those spoons and a jar of peanut butter in the car, so I never have to forget it. Never forget the peanut butter at home. Holy moly. That's a bad spot to park, buddy. Somebody parked their motorcycle right around a blind corner. Excuse me. Excuse me. farmers market is out. That also means there's quite a bit of action happening over at the beach. Go check it out. They like to watch people. If we can find a nice shady spot, we'll park for a bit. If we can't, we'll keep it moving.
Minutes left. The chat engagement competition has only 10 minutes left to earn experience points.
There you go. 10-minute warning on the chat engagement. Who's in the lead right now? Oh, Space Nut's in the lead right now. Shady spot right here. Perfect. Fulton's watching me. Hello, Fulton. How are you? I don't see him in the chat though. So just lurking. Yeah, I don't know either. Space Nut's got double the XP as anybody else. Space Nut's got double the XP of Botrix. And Botrix talks every 5 minutes. Probably due for some extra water. Yeah. There is some kibble down there. You guys have water. And it's looking a little gross, the water. I do have a ton of water in here. It was a ton of water, but it's at least a gallon or two now. Clear this one out. Got some old crumbles in it. Here goes fresh water. There's more where that came from. I don't know. I think they need to tweak them. I think that they're not including enough statistics in the crowns. But the song request Easter egg is still in Botrix somewhere. If you can find the Easter egg, you can circumvent the competition and just request a song. And it won't be as easy as last time. I made sure that all the keywords you could search for were hard to find. I went out of my way to make Easter eggs more difficult to find now. Are you finding random kibbles? Yeah. Who's always finding random kibbles? Nope, we don't have that one. That one's not a command. Not yet. Are you finding those kibbles, girlie? You got a few more right here. Oh, she's digging through crumbs. Phone does not want to stay up higher. There we go, that's a little better. And he's hiding. Yes, they do. I told you it'd be harder to find. Try the old one. The old one still exists. Nope, that's not going to get you there. Although I should make that a command. I should make that a command that tells you. But that's because I named it something different. But you could use that command and see what it tells you. Nope, not that one. Here's the hint. The word for the command is not associated with the command at all. So hypothetically, if the command were to say, eat a slice of pizza, then the command wouldn't be exclamation point pizza. It would be something like exclamation point Corvette. Aha! Somebody found it. Pizza's not a command. That was just hypothetical. But I do like pizza. These are good. These are good things to add to Botrix. Treat, trick, spam, and pizza, and feline, and Easter egg. So those are good ideas. So Space Nut gets to do 2 songs now, if he ends up on top. Damn it!
It is now officially noon. The chat engagement competition has ended and lunch has begun.
There we go. Aaron's on top, undeniably. One face reveal. And apparently we got something showing off on the side here. There we go. We had a little bit of rear view mirror hanging out the side. Is it this lighter? Oh, it is the lighter. Okay. Yeah, I've got a lighter hanging from my ceiling on a retractable line. It was in the way of the camera. Oh, that's a good one too. Play, head tilt. Lighter's a good one. You guys give me great ideas. I'm gonna go through and add those commands now, but I'm not gonna do too much as far as what they say. I just want to remember what commands to add. Otherwise I have to go through the chat and read them again. Not yet. Feline got added, although I haven't put anything in there yet. I just want to add the commands so I can remember to put stuff. Easter egg. What else we got here? Treat. Bam. Let's see, pizza. Alright, what else we got? Play. head tilt. Binder. It is Stitch, you see. You know what song you want? All right. Of course Letty would hide. The only one you can see is Zuma, because the other two were hiding. Yeah, we like Stitch. I got a Stitch here behind me. You normally don't get to see. Cool Stitch. And then we got Surfing Stitch over here. And in the visor, on the other side, I've got Mischief Stitch. All right. Oh, that's cute. 3 foot? Wow, that's a big Stitch. All right, so we got one request from Cosmo. The song's called "You'll Be Alright" by Alex Warren. We like Alex Warren. He's a good artist. Thank you for subscribing, Kamla. Alright, we'll play this one and it'll give Mrs. Space Nut some time to think about what she wants to pick. Hey, feel free to play the same song every day if you like it. I know that there was a period of time where, like, for 2 weeks straight, Cosmo wanted me to play Armed and Dangerous by Juice WRLD. So we were playing that song every day. Make sure the volume's at a reasonable level. that was a cute song. That was a good choice, Cosmo. Good pick. Sidine, hello. How are you, Sidine? It's a very sweet song, and I think it's a kind of an important message for kids these days because, well, kids every day, all the time, even when I was growing up, feeling you're very alone and nobody else understands you is a very common thing amongst teenagers. It was a very cute choice. I knew it was going to be a good choice when I saw that it was Alex Warren. So far, every choice that you guys have made for Alex Warren songs was a good one. What are you grumbling about? Mm. You just grumbly at your sister for no reason? I thought you guys would be doing more people watching instead of just chilling. They're always on a lazy day. I thought today would be a little bit different because we came out to the park, but I guess there's just not a lot of people to pay attention to. There seems to be quite a few people here, but if you look around, there's not a lot. There's a lot of cars, but not a lot of people. Yeah, big old sigh. I'm curious as to know now, how much farming did Aaron actually do? Holy moly. Yeah, he farmed it right there. He hopped over to that one right now. Yeah, I'm looking at the XP. He's farmed himself 325 points. That's let's see, 4 points per 100. So it's 12 plus 3. He's already got himself 15 experience. Botrix might have a hard time catching up. So YouTube needs you guys to hit the thumbs up if you haven't already. YouTube says they'll keep sending people here to watch if you hit the thumbs up. It's not even that hot, girly. How are you breathing so heavy? You look happy though. Yes, you do. You look happy. Is that Sozu? Trying to get that rearview mirror out of there. Oh, you did not. Some verde. Cool. Well, I popped into the dungeon yesterday, and they were talking about the Space Voyager and the animations that they had made for the travel to Mars. I thought that was pretty cool. And I spoke to the sound guy while we were there. He's already started making some beats. But I reassured him not to rush his way through it. You know, be satisfied with the quality of his work. Yeah, I got a ping from it. So I was like, do you guys want me to join here or what? And so I did join. And when there was a moment to speak up and let them know I was lurking, I let them know I was lurking, which they probably could have told anyway just by looking at the screen. Yeah, it was a very pleasant conversation. I like seeing the brainstorming behind stuff, and it was really cool to talk to them and be part of that. Like I said, yeah, the sound guy was in there, and he said that he already started making some beats. He said that they're going to be at 110 beats per minute. So that's a little upbeat. For those of you who are familiar with music, dubstep is usually 80 beats per minute. I typically like to use 90 beats per minute in the background music. But as long as it's not less than, 80, 70 beats per minute, then it won't put you to sleep to watch it. So that's good for me. Lots of people to watch. Here at Hazu. What are you being so protective of? Yeah, he said that he likes old school rock and roll and that kind of thing. Like most of the music that he's gonna produce is gonna end up sounding like 20-year-old music from his playlist. Which I'm alright with, because most of the new music today is not great. Unless it's coming from an independent artist, most of the music today is not great. And so they were talking about AI generated stuff. And if you don't keep teaching AI, it won't keep producing new things. It'll just eventually become very bland. But AI is a great tool for getting ideas. How are you comfortable? How is she comfortable back there? She doesn't look comfortable at all. She looks like she's trying to avoid taking up any space on that seat so that Andy doesn't yell at her. Are you being a bully? Huh? Are you being a bully? Well, that fell off quick. Jeez, went from like 34 to 16 real fast. Hit that thumbs up, guys. Hit that thumbs up. YouTube won't keep sending people here unless that thumbs up keeps getting pushed. That's one of the things I learned yesterday. That the algorithm that pushes you into visibility slows down if they don't see people liking your things. See, it's been a little while since I did a Pokestop over here, so I'll probably do that right now. There you go, 15. It shows me 23 in here. I gotta set goals for you guys. Like go out and pick up a bunch of jalapenos or something. I'll eat one if we get to a certain amount of likes. Something like that. There's a couple streamers out there who like to do push-ups, and they'll say if they get a certain amount of likes, then they'll do push-ups for a certain amount of time. Very alert, Zooey. Hans Herman. What's up? How are ya? We're very interested in the guys loading kayaks. There's a truck next to us, 2 spaces over, loading kayaks. They're very interested. Oh, we're hatching an egg. Oh, we get ducklet. He's so upset about these people next to us. Ooh, Corsola was new. There's quite a lot of people to pay attention to now, Zoo. Douglas! What's up, Douglas? I haven't seen you in here in a couple days. How you been? Marcus. Hello, Marcus. How are ya? Chilling over here at the park. We got quite a few people here at the park. These guys are paying attention to. All right, it looks like I've got something down for all the new commands that I just added. Let's see how many I've got here. I'll tell it to show me 50. Page 2. I've got 63 commands now. Reaching our way over to 100. The free version will allow me to use up to 100. And let me double check on the paid version here. But I think the paid version allows you to use up to 500. 100 is still pretty darn good. We're not quite there yet.
Alright, I will, I know that.
Yeah, I don't know where it went. I had it up at some point. I remember reading it. Well, you could. I could see myself using 500 commands. I mean, would I ever need to say another thing ever again? If I had 500 commands by Botrix, do you think I would ever need to talk? That's the goal. Just leave it running and let you guys do your thing. At least for the sleeping streams, that's the goal. It's much easier to interact with that while you're sleeping if you've got Botrix talking for you. Also, the paid version will allow Botrix's name to be changed, so I can change him as rename him to something like information for the dogs. And then also the paid version uses games like gamble and slots and roulette. And the paid version also allows you to accumulate points based on watch time. And then you can redeem those points in a store. Or you can use those points to gamble, play slots or roulette, and earn more points. So once the point system is available, it will make rewards for engagement much easier. Yeah, it's like 25 bucks for the year, is what I understand, which would be awesome. That's a reasonable price as opposed to, what is it, $4 times 12, almost 50 bucks. More than 50. Was that $54, right? $48, yeah. So it's like half the price if you pay for the whole year up front. But yeah, it offers a lot of extra stuff that would make it really cool. Unfortunately, though, I did learn that if you're going from the free version of Botrix to the paid version of Botrix, it resets everybody's watch time. And I was like kind of irritated about that when it happened on Wolf's stream, because I've been watching Wolf's stream for like 6 or 8 months, and I usually watch from whenever I enter till it ends. And if he streams for 7 hours and I enter 1 hour in, that's 6 hours, right? But it's telling me that I only watched his stream for 22 hours on his channel. And I'm like, that's not even accurate. There's no way that's accurate. It's at least 4 days. So the paid version, once you buy the paid version, it then starts counting your watch time. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes. Appreciate that. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the kisses. What do you want? You want the AC back on? You getting hot? Okay. Watch your air holes. 3, 2, 1. Come on, girlie. Thanks. Good to be jealous. Good. Oh, that's another command I should add. Kiss. Now I've got 64. I was really good in arithmetic, so math comes fairly easy for me. What do we got going on here? Oh, it's the light. The light in the way here. Reflecting a lot of stuff. Awful lot of ceiling going on here. Yeah, of course. It doesn't want to stay. Darn thing. I need to move this mount. That's a little bit better. Yeah. I went to college for 1 semester and didn't really like it, so it didn't continue, and I ended up going to trade school. But they give you like an exam that you have to take for placement to see what math class you're in. And I don't like taking tests over the computer. It's my least favorite way to take a test. And it was a multiple choice test, so I was like, alright, I'm just gonna get out of here as soon as I can. I was just answering questions. It didn't matter what the answer was. I would just pick one and move on to the next. And they ended up putting me in I think it was Algebra 101, like your most basic. Even though in high school I took Algebra 2 honors. I was at the top of the top when it came to taking math classes in high school, but I knew that the only logical next step from where I had already gotten was calculus. I'm not interested in doing calculus. Not interested at all. I have no use for it. If I needed to use calculus, I would use my calculator, which is what we were doing in the class. And I have the same calculator at my house right now that I used in school. I went out and bought one. A graphing calculator. So if I needed to do calculus, I could do it on that graphing calculator. If I needed to do geometry, I could do it on the calculator. If I need to do algebra, I could do it on the calculator. If I want to plot a graph and find a fixed point, I can do that on the calculator. Like I don't need to learn how to do calculus if a computer is going to do it for me. They are. They are very crude. It's like the most basic of testing exams that could possibly be. The only thing worse than a multiple choice exam is an open-ended exam where you have to come up with your own answer and the possibilities are endless. I was never a fan of multiple choice. That's worse, though. No worries, Cosmo. At least with multiple choice, you know one of the answers is there, and you have a 25% chance of getting it right, even if you guess. 25% is better than 0.000000000000001%, which is what it is if you get an open-ended question, because there's infinite possibilities that you could put down on that piece of paper, and you don't know if any of them are the right answer. That's rough. Yeah. Standardized testing is not based on whether or not your kid learns the material. It's based on whether or not enough information is retained that's supposed to be part of the curriculum. Standardized testing is not for placement. It's not to determine whether or not your kid is smart enough to move on to college. It's to determine whether or not the school district is teaching the kids what they're supposed to be learning based on federal funding. So standardized testing is a statistical thing. It's not for the benefit of the teachers or the students. It's strictly to determine whether or not the money is well used, that the federal government is supporting the schooling with. And funny enough, they keep trying to take funding away from the schools. When nowadays, things cost more. Textbooks cost more. Technology costs more. Nowadays, these kids have, an iPad for every single student in every single class. That's crazy. That's expensive. Oh yeah, the classrooms of today look exactly the way that they did in 1920. Rows and rows of students at desks, and then a blackboard or whiteboard in front. Nowadays they have smart boards, but if you look at a classroom from 1920 and you look at a classroom from today, they look exactly the same. Nothing on them has changed. You had to do an entrance exam? That is rough. I would tell them, like, straight off the bat. I'd be like, if I have to take a placement exam, I'm gonna fail it on purpose. Why would you do that? Don't you want to challenge yourself? No, I want the easiest way to get an A. Society says if I get an A, I can progress. I'm not looking to get a D. I'm looking to get an A, and I'm looking to do it the easiest way possible. So I'm gonna fail that exam, and you're gonna put me in an easy class. Yeah. Institutionalized living. You know, the schools are institutionalized. Structure, timing, all federal funding. Same as the prisons. Rigid schedule, federal funding, institutionalized. Yeah, they look a lot alike. Oh, so I've come up with a potentially a pitfall. I think you might be a little behind on chat, Douglas. Where have I been? Sunday I had family stuff to do. There was a birthday party and some traveling. And then Tuesday, my son went to go see his brother, who was having his birthday party and some cake. So there was some traveling and a big old visitation of about 8 hours. So I was AFK on Tuesday. I don't even want to know what they're doing to schools there. I mean, just based on what they're doing to adults, I can't imagine it's any better for children. Oh, well, stay cool. Try to stay cool, Douglas. The summer's almost in the halfway point here. Almost in a halfway point. Speaking of which, my birthday falls right in the middle of summer. Like, right in the middle of summer. At the peak of summer, before it starts changing and getting a little bit cooler. My birthday is 2 weeks from today. We got some rain here. Last couple days has been like weird. Like yesterday. Right, we were live yesterday, we looked out the window and it just downpoured out of nowhere for like 15 minutes, and then it drizzled for like another 20 minutes, then it downpoured again for another 5 minutes, and then it stopped raining. Yeah. Constant dull white skies. Oh no.
Lunch hour is officially over. If you're here on lunch break, it's time to go back to work.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you're here on your lunch break, it's time to go back to work, and we appreciate you being here. I know it's a Saturday, so for most people, that's different. Yep. Oh no. A headache and a stomach ache. You might have the new COVID. But yeah, sleep. Sleep. Get yourself better. It's hard for us to function when we're not at 100. And if it lasts more than 48 hours to 72 hours, you should really see a doctor. Make sure it's not something that's viral. Not too much they can do for viral. If it is bacterial, you can get antibiotics to help with that. But the general rule is if it lasts more than 48 to 72 hours, you should see a doctor. Okie dokie, Cosmo. No worries. You're gonna have a really hard time catching up with Aaron tomorrow. Oh no, the doctors are striking. What are they striking for? I saw a video about healthcare insurance that somebody posted, and he was on the phone with his healthcare provider, and apparently his bill for an uninsured healthcare coverage was only going to be like $600. But then after he resubmitted his claim stating that he had insurance, it was like $1,300, where the initial charge was like $2,400 and insurance paid half. That's wild. Uh-oh. Yeah. 24% pay increase is a lot. For those of you who don't do numbers, let's imagine that your paycheck at the end of the week is $1,000. Just hypothetically. That means that they're asking for another $240. Well, if I were a doctor on short supply and high demand, I might ask for more pay too. Not gonna lie. That sounds like a perfect opportunity to extort more pay. That's what it is. That's really what it is. It's doctors are extorting for more pay. They're saying that your health and safety will suffer if you don't pay us more money. That's extortion. Do they have first do no harm type rules there? The Hippocratic Oath and things like that? You know, treat whether they have insurance or not type laws? I believe that. Sometimes it's like that here too, depending on where you live. That's good. At least people will get treated, right? You break your leg and you've got your femur poking out of your leg. You want to get health care for that. But the insurance thing that I was talking about, the video that I saw, it was about life-saving procedures. And I just thought it was wild that if you didn't have insurance, it would cost you less than if you had insurance. That's so true. That's so true. That happens here too. That happens here too. They will call your name, and if you aren't there, they just move on. But if you don't check in on time, they just put somebody else in your slot.
Now, Obama tried to get the universal health care thing going.
But the private insurance industry really stomped on him hard. He made insurance available for everybody at a reasonable price. But then the cost of insurance everywhere else went through the roof. Because in addition to making it available at a smaller cost, they also made it a mandatory thing. The problem with a lot of these financial things is that they're privately owned businesses for profit. And that's where the problem stems from. Because the people at the top are more concerned with lining their pockets than they are with whether or not people's lives are being saved. And that's why there was so much controversy over that CEO that got gunned down in front of his office. You know, some people were calling that guy a hero. Some people were calling him a menace. Regardless of how people felt about it, that board meeting still happened. They just stepped over their CEO and continued to the boardroom to have their meeting. They didn't even postpone their meeting after the CEO was gunned down. Like, that's wild to me. Yeah, exactly. I saw a video today, actually, like this morning, about how certain fruits and vegetables are really good for your immune system and your blood pressure and all kinds of other things, like cucumbers and strawberries and you know, fresh fruits. But doctors don't tell you to eat better if you want to be more healthy. They just say, I'll see you in a year, and if anything changes, come see me. And then they treat your symptoms instead of actually getting you healthier. British law forbids cancer cures being given to people. Well, I don't think there is a cure for cancer. And I say that with an understanding of what cancer is. So here's a little knowledge drop for you guys who don't really understand what cancer is. Cancer is a cell where the DNA has been altered and the cell doesn't divide when it's supposed to. Each cell consumes a certain amount of nutrients from the body in order to continue replicating. And a cancer cell doesn't replicate, it just gets larger and larger, and it consumes all the nutrients from the cells nearby, and it starves them while it gets larger and larger. And that's why we're having a hard time finding a cure for it, because the cancer cells are actually part of our body. Somewhat of a cure. They've been able to put people into remission. They're able to remove it and then keep it from coming back. But that causes, so they need to do that with radiation. And radiation has the capability of altering your DNA also. And for those of you who don't know, during some of the world wars, there was ammunition used with the depleted uranium. And the depleted uranium is a radioactive material that altered the DNA of people who were wounded by those rounds. But it wasn't completely apparent until 2 or 3 generations later, when they started seeing more and more birth defects. And eventually, depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds were outlawed and banned by the Geneva Convention. That thumbs up, guys. YouTube wants you guys to hit the thumbs up. I don't mind if you don't want to, but YouTube wants you to do it. Get all those commands put in there. Kinda, yeah. Sometimes they'll put up with each other. I added new text for all those ones that I added there. See? I added a command for trait. I added one for play, feline, lighter. All the ones that you came up with earlier, Miss Space Nut. I added them to the command list. Yep, we got 64. I think is the number we had, and I think we had 53 before, or something like that. There's a bunch more. I added a bunch more. All your suggestions went in there, and now have commands attached to them. Maybe there's something on this map here that I actually want to go do. I'm not seeing anything I actually want to do. I've got enough points to expand my footprint. Feel free to spam the chat. It's all right. All right, even got you one for that. We even have a command for that. Wow, that's crazy, Aaron. So they'll do a biopsy to determine if you've got it, but they won't treat it. Is that what my understanding of that is? Go check that out. Person shall take part in any publication of any advertisement containing an offer to treat any person for cancer, prescribe any remedy, or give any advice in connection with the treatment thereof, or if any person contravenes any provision of the foregoing subsection, he shall be liable on summary of conviction. In the case of the first conviction, to a fine not exceeding a certain amount. In the case of a subsequent conviction, imprisonment. Holy. That's crazy. But it's saying here that S3 was repealed by the National Health Service Amendment Act of 1949. But this is F4 section. That's crazy. And they're like, really? So what's the goal? I don't understand what the goal is behind telling people they can't. So they'll diagnose, but they're not allowed to engage in any kind of treatment, offer treatment, advertise that treatment's available. That seems weird and oppressive. Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. It almost seems like a new futuristic tea party is in order. The question is, where would you go? There's not a new world to just abscond to. Is there nearby places that are accepting asylum? Because that's where I would be. I would be knocking on somebody's door on the regular, like, hey, I want to move. I don't like this. Alright, we're gonna get moving. I'm starting to get cold sitting here in this shade with the AC running. I don't have fur like you guys. Yeah, I don't have fur like you guys. Oh no. So they're even like on a low-key secretive scale. Trying to keep people from leaving. Wow. And the upsetting part about that is we all know North Korea is a communist country and they don't have freedoms. There's no freedom of religion, there's no freedom of the press, there's no freedom of speech. And all of those things can get you put in prison in North Korea. We know that. We've seen that happen to reporters who get too close to the border. That's got to be a harrowing task. I can't imagine that trying to monitor the internet is something that's easy. Holy. There was another car in it. Another dog in a passing car. They got all excited about it. He doesn't want to stay. Hey, in those things nowadays, yes, those freedoms are punishable by incarceration over there in the UK. But in Korea, in North Korea, they are punishable by death. Life sentences in prison. Like, that's the head tilt. We're seeing nothing but feet and chests here. I can't figure out how to make the stupid thing stay from falling. That's a little bit better. Hopefully it stays. You hide your face. Yes, the hedgehog did indeed get a shout out. That's actually another command I should add. Hedgehog. That's why I didn't go full out and just occupy all 100 slots right away. I knew there was going to be more that I wanted to add. Gotcha! Feel the wrath. Botrix got sassy right there. I will check that in a moment, yeah. Oh, looks like we got the house to ourselves. Whoa. Holy moly. Terrible road. Ugh. Bumpy. Look at the disco. Wow. Wow. You did indeed find the cheat. I can't remove that one from Botrix. 3 years is crazy, though. Yeah, I can't tell Botrix to not use that one. That's a default command. That's the cheat that Aaron's been using. Oh, that's alright. It brings you to another site. It brings you to the Botrix site, and then it gives you the whole list of commands, like all of them. Yeah, you have to click the website. When you put exclamation point commands, Botrix says you can find a list of commands here. And then he gives you a website. Oh, it doesn't give you a hyperlink? Yeah, the only one it gives me a hyperlink on is that phone. My other phones don't get links. I don't know whether I just have them shut off on the device itself or what. Well, on a different note, if you need me to do some research, just let me know. Because we have freedoms in this country that they would be hard pressed to take away from us without a fight. And so they don't care what we do on the internet as long as we're not hurting kids. This is true. I also, am I understanding correctly to know that external links also decrease discoverability? And we've noticed that firsthand when talking about the Purple app, as they refer to it, the competitor. But yeah, if you're being blocked from seeing things, just let me know. And if I had to guess, I won't be blocked. Linktree. Is that an app of some sort, or is that something like I put a link out that brings you to another website on YouTube, and then that website brings you to a different hyperlink? Yep. Yep. That's kind of what Botrix is doing right now, where it's a command that tells you what command and then the command. It's like a chain of commands that are associated with one another, similar. But yeah, if you guys need to do some research, but your internet is blocked from getting that research done, I don't mind helping. I'd like to see a room of people checking into my live stream. Trying to monitor people checking into my live stream. Oh yeah. definitely, if they're already trying to stop people from using VPNs, then they know. If a VPN is outlawed, then they know. They probably have it on a watch list that gets triggered and brings you right up on screen whenever it's fired up. But as far as I know, there aren't any restrictions, and there are plenty of people watching, but yet. Not yet. They'll get there. I mean, forcing Apple to do anything, that's big work. They changed the law, there's 4,000% increase. That means for every one person using it, 40 more people started using it. Because they don't want their information tracked. The internet used to be a place where you could go and abscond from real life, and there wouldn't be very many consequences for saying nonsense. So are they outright telling people that their feelings don't matter when they lock them up? Yeah, seriously. Yeah. So I'm just not understanding the goal. What is the goal? Like, I understand they're using the disguise of security breach in order to protect children. Oh, I missed it. I just don't understand the goal of doing that to your citizens. Yeah, but why? Is it control and power? Is that really what it comes down to, is control and power? Why not just be a communist state then? I mean, you're already halfway there. Oh, I know why you wouldn't be a communist state. Because then you wouldn't be part of the Allies. Because the U.S. will only support people who do democracy. Well, it's not illegal for me to say. Let's bring it to light. Let's put the UK on blast. When people know, but people don't really know. People know about what they hear. But experiencing it is an entirely different thing. Being the victim of those kind of things is a completely different thing. Wow. Well, we kind of knew that, right? The world is getting to a place where eventually everybody's going to be a shade of brown. eventually. But that's that explains a lot, though. That explains a lot. Just the mentality of that subsection group of people is very oppressive to their subordinates.
Yeah. Don't put yourself in any kind of danger. If you can't, then don't. I don't want to see anybody locked up. Not for
Just giving me a little bit of information, that's not worth it. But if you could sneak it in there by breaking it up with characters and symbols and, you know, more than one platform, and I can piece them all together like a puzzle and see the whole picture, we'll put them on blast. And they probably let them too. But if the millionaires and billionaires are leaving, and the citizens are being oppressed by a small group of people with ideals and morals that don't line up with the general public, what's the point? Yeah, that's upsetting. Is there a way to fast track that? Oh yeah. In that culture, having 6 kids is common. And mostly because of the nature of their oppression. You know, when you've got 6 kids, that's 6 individuals of free labor. I'm curious as to how that even happened, though. Do you guys do elections? Like, is the election rigged also, or do you get to vote? Choose anything that happens? Like, how do you become a government figure? If I wanted to apply to be the ambassador, like, can anybody just do that? It seems like there isn't any experience necessary for that role. Based on what I'm hearing, the people in power don't have experience in power. So, like, is there a prerequisite? Do you have to have an IQ less than 80 to be part of the government? Yeah, I feel like they don't count them in our country either. I don't vote, so I try not to complain too much about who gets elected. It's wild. That's crazy. I wish there was a way to, like, just set up a trailer and be like, hey, come have asylum. That's craziness. For those of you just popping in here, we're talking about the UK. Oh, okay. The UK's been doing some pretty shady stuff with their citizens. Spying on them through the internet, monitoring their internet, oppressing their speech and opinions in a way that gets them jail time. Dubravka Damjanovic? Hello? I think I butchered that name. I'm sorry I butchered your name. Hello, welcome to the stream. That's wild work. That's wild work. Elite team. They say, oh no, don't go to the gulag. People will throw rocks at you there. Don't go to the gulag. I don't know how intense they get, but that doesn't seem like anything to me that would be worth knocking on somebody's door for. Do they also throw you in the gulag for stating facts? Even if they're not opinionated, like you just keep your opinion to yourself and you just report the facts? Is that also not allowed? Like if the king didn't want anybody to know his name, and you were telling people his name on the internet, would you get in trouble for that? Or would you only get in trouble if you shared an opinion? Not allowed. Really? That's crazy. So there's like facts that you just can't tell people? That's wild. That's wild. So saying something like, our king came from this country of origin wouldn't be allowed. That's crazy. Holy. Okay, so King Charles apparently has an obsession with Islam. To each his own. Looking at some popular news articles here on Google. And top video here is titled, "They're freaking out over King Charles being a secret Muslim." King Charles III. 5 things the new British monarch said about Islam and Muslims. Prince Charles of Arabia. King Charles faces criticism for pandering to Islam and Muslims. Did you know that the newly ascended King Charles III has a very close relationship to Islam and has in-depth knowledge for a non-Muslim about it? Here we go, this is good. That's alright, I'll just keep reading off the posts that I found here in the Facebook. First, let's mention a new facts about the king. The king studied as part of the Holy Quran in Arabic language. Source Charles at 70, Thoughts, Hopes, and Dreams. In the same book, it mentions that the king thinks that Christianity could learn a lot of things from Islam. Personal interests in Islamic art. Loves Islamic culture. On a political level, the king opposed the war in Iraq, sympathetic to Palestine. Wow. Despite his title of Defender of Faith referring to Christianity, he expressed in 2015 that he wants to be seen as a protector of all faith, to include the melting pot of the modern UK, which has over 3 million Muslims and 2,000 plus mosques. Moreover, in his 1993 speech about Islam in the West at Shadonian, you can find the full speech online, but I will quote the most important parts. The Islamic world from Central Asia to the shores of Atlantic was a world where scholars of men were learning flourished. So it seems like the king is, well, based on these pictures, yes. Goodness. I mean, this certainly looks, this image here certainly looks as if, you know, the king there is practicing. I will Google that right now. See what that says. Lord Ali, member of the House of Lords in the United Kingdom, source BBC. He's a British media entrepreneur and politician. He has held executive positions at several television production companies. Apparently he perfected television. He's a cumbersome donor. Long live the Queen! That was the phrase, right? I'm assuming Starmer is a guy. Video of UK Starmers embracing Labour Party's donor is AI. missed that one too before it got redacted. Okay. Oh, special guest. Brandy's gonna be coming in today. What's the difference, though? Is she not married? Is that the thing where they're just engaged? I don't usually talk politics, but I don't mind giving my opinion about things. A big difference. Okay. Difference between queen and queen. I'm Googling it. Simply put, the queen consort is the wife of the reigning monarch. The queen is the monarch or joint monarch. The queen consort does not have any of the constitutional powers of her husband, but she is one of the counselors of the state and can act for the king in certain areas during his absence. What I can't understand is why there's still a friggin' queen and king in the first place. That's the bizarre part to me. Especially if there's also going to be a prime minister. If there's already a head of state, why would there be two figureheads also? That doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe. Maybe. Money, yeah. So is it always the family line that becomes part of the monarch? Or can you be elected to be part of the monarch? Because if it has to do with a bloodline, that doesn't qualify anybody. My understanding was that there was a royal bloodline, which doesn't make you qualified. Just because your mom was a king, your queen, or your dad was a king doesn't make you a worthy prince. I believe that. I would be amongst those people who was trying to take the king out of his seat. That would be me. I would gather other people around like, this guy is a bad guy. We would want to take him out of his seat. I gotta run inside real quick. I gotta pee. Or my bladder's gonna explode. I'll be right back.
wasn't leaving you guys. I was coming back. Come on, get out of my seat. Come on. Back up. Back up. Thank you. But so when they stole the crown, was it passed down within their bloodline after that? Hey, I just looked it up here, and apparently the UK is not the only... Oh, I believe that, yeah, just to keep the bloodline. Which only makes... Yeah, Down syndrome comes from incestual actions, yeah. So I was looking up here, what other monarchs are ruled by Muslim. And it looks here, we got Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Brunei, Oman, Qatar, and several in Asia, including Malaysia. So you might just be part of a movement. And I don't think that makes somebody a bad person. You can't control what your forefathers did. So just being related by blood to somebody who was a terrible monster. Claims regarding Nazi sympathies and connections with the British royal family have been widely documented and discussed by historians and authors. German ancestry. The House of Windsor has German ancestry, stemming from the House of Hanover and the House of Saxe, Coburg-Gotha. And the family name was changed to Windsor during World War I. Edward VIII, Prince Philip's sisters, So it's saying here that the World War I guy himself, top of the list there, I try not to be saying that word, starts with an H. It's his first name, or last name, sorry. First name Adolf. I try to avoid using his last name on this platform just because it's like they don't like it. But it's here alleged that a British tabloid published footage of a salute being used in 2015 from the 1930s. The British government, led by Winston Churchill, fought against Germany in World War II. Yeah, a little bit. That's usually how it works, right? Once you get the corner pieces, the rest of the puzzle starts making sense. And it seems like, if I'm not too boldly speaking here, that the government is trying to restrict who can see the corner pieces. Well, just go back and delete them all. Redact them. There should be some kind of caveat to that where, so in America here, right, the privacy laws only apply to where it originated, right? So for instance, some states have what they call a two-party consent, and some states have what they call a single-party consent. And that means that wiretapping or recording a conversation can or can't be done if you do or don't have permission from the other person. So in Massachusetts, you have to have consent from the other party in order to film or record them. In Maine, you don't need consent from anybody to film or record them. You can walk right up to them and have a recorder in your pocket, and you can record them. It's completely legal. So the point I'm getting at here is, if I were to call somebody in Massachusetts and record that phone call, and they found out that I recorded it without their permission, there'd be nothing they can do about it, because the call originated from me in a state where that was legal. Shouldn't the same thing kind of apply here? The live stream is originating here in the United States, in a state where it's legal. But yeah, feel free to go back and delete whatever you want. Redact whatever comments you think might be sketchy. I don't want anybody getting in trouble for literally just talking about current events. Fair enough. You shouldn't have to be punished for talking about current events, especially if somebody else or the government has already put it out there. Like, how could you be such a nationally known, world-renowned public figure and be upset when people find out you're associated with the community? Like, didn't you think at some point that somebody was going to find out? You should be able to report on current events. You should be able to, especially if they're already being reported by the government. You should be able to forward that report. Get a poll going where people will be able to say, I'm against this, I'm for this, and so many should have, would haves. Alright, I just did a Google search here. I searched, what is the UK suppressing the citizens from seeing on the internet? In the United Kingdom, the government has implemented measures that restrict citizens' access to certain online content, primarily through the Online Safety Act of 2023 and other existing laws. The primary target of these restrictions include illegal content, terrorism-related incitement, glorification, fraud, extreme pornography, content promoting self-harm or eating disorders, harmful content, copyright infringement, national security concerns. The government has blocked access to websites operated by entities sanctioned by the U.S. government, such as Russian state media outlets, Sputnik News and RT. So you can't even get media outlets from other countries. That sucks. Maybe we'll put on some Sputnik News and live stream some Sputnik News. Age verification, website blocking, criminalization of certain online activities. The Investigatory Powers Act grants intelligence agencies and local authorities the right to access internet history of British citizens without necessarily needing a warrant. But you don't have freedom of expression and privacy rights. Yes. That's what it's saying here. That they don't need a warrant to look through your history. The Online Safety Act is shutting down the internet. This time last year, the UK consumed by the worst race riot since 2001 and was precipitated by the spread of online rumors that a perpetrator of the Southport atrocity was a Muslim refugee. This summer there have been smaller protests following reports of motivated attacks allegedly perpetrated by migrants. Wow. Social media posts showing rioters fighting with police have been suppressed, and those referring to SA attacks have been automatically flagged as pornographic. And I can't read any further because they want me to pay $5. And that was from thespectator.co.uk. Did you know that Muhammad is the most common name in the world? No, don't worry about it. I'll find another site offering the same information for free. But yeah, the most common name in the world is Muhammad. So that statistic is a little skewed. A little bit skewed. Right, but it's it's the number one name in the world. So based on there being more of them, I think the statistic is skewed. Just a little bit skewed, just a little bit. And also, all of your neighboring countries are Middle Eastern. Save a few. There's a few that aren't Middle Eastern. But most of your countries are Middle Eastern. So it would make sense if the general consensus in this country is that illegals commit more crimes than citizens. And running with that idea and having so many neighbors close by from the Middle East, doing another Google search here, and it says what the UK doesn't want the public to know. Alright. Stealth cuts to public services. Reports suggest that the UK may be hiding significant cuts to public services through a strategy of stealth cuts rather than overt austerity measures. A lack of honesty on economic realities. Political parties have been criticized for not being fully transparent with the public about implications of low growth, underinvestment in public services, and rising public debt. Official secrets and censorship. The history of suppressing journalism. The UK government has a documented history of using the Official Secrets Act to suppress journalism and hide misdeeds and proposals that have been made to further toughen the act. Secret files on critics. The Guardian reports that government departments have been monitoring social media and compiling secret files to block individuals from speaking at public events. They're also withholding historical documents. Vice reports that Britain's Foreign and Commonwealth Office illegally withheld millions of historical documents from public in breach of the Public Records Act. Another thing they're doing is social trends and inequalities. Declining national pride. There is a reported decline in national pride among the British public, with fewer people feeling proud of the UK's achievement compared to a decade ago. Economic inequality. Some sources point to the potential lack of honesty about the extent of economic inequality, with a small percentage of the population accumulating a disproportionate amount of wealth. Cultural nuances and misconceptions. Tourist etiquette. While not a government secret, common misunderstandings for tourists include the importance of queuing, appropriate noise levels in public, and understanding the difference between various regions and nations within the UK. Really? That doesn't make any sense. Shouldn't you have country pride? But I've got an American flag that's all black. My American flag is all black. And the symbolism behind that is, do not surrender, we take no prisoners. Damn. $45 to get into one of the parks, that's crazy work. You know what that makes me want to do? That makes me want to have British pride. I'm a little oppositional defiant. So I would be that guy parading around by myself with the flag, claiming how much I love the country. That would be me. I would make sure it hit every media outlet that was ever existed. There would be screams for me to be released. What? The school had a culture day. Wow. So the article here I'm reading is, it's a short one. It's titled, School Apologizes After Girl 12 Years Old is Punished for Wearing a Union Jack Dress to Culture Day. A school was forced to apologize after it sent a 12-year-old pupil home for wearing a Union Jack dress at a class about diversity. She wore a Spice Girls style frock after students were encouraged to wear traditional culture dress to celebrate the rich diversity of our community. But the 7-year straight-A student was removed from her class and told to wait in reception until her father collected her. Her father is quoted as saying, "It's ironic, we're having a cultural diversity day," but then decided to single out a group of people. Others are allowed in wearing burqas, niqabs, or traditional Nigerian clothing. Somebody at the school has politicized a Union Jack dress, even though that was clearly not this girl's intent. She wanted to celebrate being British. She couldn't understand what was wrong with that. In a letter sent to the parents, the school said pupils could take part in a variety of activities designed to promote inclusion, understanding, and appreciation of backgrounds, traditions, and heritages. The father claimed other pupils with St. George's and Welsh flags were also turned away, while students wearing burqas were allowed. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. But like I said, that would be me. I would be that guy in the street screaming about how much I loved my country just so they would put me away for it. Brave British patriot arrested for waving Union Jack flag. That would be me. Man gobsmacked at arrest for flying a banned flag. That's wild work. Sybil, hello. We're talking about the oppressive UK government and how they don't even let their citizens have country pride. I don't speak English. Alright, I don't speak that. I'm not sure what that is. Is that Turkish? That looks Turkish. I only remember one word from the game that I played where a lot of Turkish people played, and I think it's idifak, which means attack. Yes, Turkey. I was right. I used to play a game called Ocean Wars, and it was quite popular with the Turkish. Well, that number dropped fast, huh? So, the news outlets are allowed to report on people getting arrested for having British pride, but they are not allowed to have an opinion on it. Interesting. Interesting. What? Trump just made his own new gun law 5 days ago.
Restoring these gun rights to these kinds of people. Now, you hear me say that, maybe that sounds a little off or something.
I remember this one.
I promise, just stick with me.
I remember that one. he's restoring gun rights to people that are non-violent felons. I can't imagine that he's got any personal interest in that. I mean, think about it. Trump is now a 30 times over non-violent felon. And he's also a gun owner. I'm sure there is zero personal interest in him changing the laws so that non-violent felons can own guns. I'm sure that there's zero chance that has anything to do with his own personal interests. Oh wait, that's right. He makes every single action he does because he has a personal interest. That's the only thing I don't like about him. He's got a personal interest. I'm sorry, Dana. You know, we were talking about the UK and how oppressive they are. Just being informative, not having an opinion on it. Excuse me. That's all right. We didn't start talking about it until after 1 o'clock. Somebody needs to report on this stuff, though. Somebody needs to. Somebody's got to bring this stuff to light because they're suppressing their citizens and their ability to have an opinion. That's the whole reason the United States was born. I'm not anti or pro-Trump. I just don't think he does anything without a personal interest in it. If it doesn't serve him directly, there's no motivation behind it. Now, we're not doing politics. Like I said, we're just looking it up to see what they say about it on the internet, and we're not really having an opinion about it. We're just kind of commenting on how wild it is. I'm allowed to have an opinion, but I'm going to shut this down for a moment here. Dana might be a little bit right about that, though. I think she does have a valid point. I think she does. Well, it's something that's kind of fascinating to me because it's not something we experience here. You know, anybody tries that kind of crap in this country and there's hell to pay for it. You know, people lose their jobs and their careers over trying to pull that crap. So it's a very fascinating subject to me. Which one do you rip ass? It stinks in here. Yeah, one of you farted. Stankers. Let's see, where is that? Got this guy. I don't think she has the same feelings about it as I do. There we go, there it is. I think it's important to bring to light when people are being treated in unequal positivity, good vibes, that kind of thing. When that kind of stuff is being suppressed because somebody doesn't want you to talk about their pimples, then I feel like it's worth talking about. You can't just go around throwing people in jail because they point out your pimples. You can't do that. That's not okay. That's a basic human rights violation, right? Am I wrong there? Let me get a 1 in the chat if you think that throwing people in jail for having an opinion is a violation of basic human rights. And I think we'll probably try to end the intensity of the stream there. On a different note, right? On a different note. On a different note. Come on there, Botrix. Tell us what we need to do. Oh, that's a nickname for my son. He doesn't have a channel. No, you're good. I didn't put it in the chat. Dana put it in the chat. I think maybe she meant to put bestie. Rewatching stuff. Need new stuff. Let's see what we got. 46 still. Zuma's only got 46 subscribers. 4 more and we can push that button today. I'm trying to pull this section of it off. This little section here without destroying the whole thing, so I could mount it like with some needle and thread to this thing. Or maybe even one of her other harnesses. No silly 4 episode. You got it. Couple hours. Yeah, I don't know. Something happened in the last week. I lost 6 followers on her page. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but something happened. Uh-huh.
I believe that. I do the same. I tend to get through series pretty darn quick. Yes, we have people telling you that you should get some peanut butter. You know that word now? You know peanut butter? Just like that, I know that word. Shelly! Hi! How was your sleep? Just in time for some peanut butter. Oh, nom noms. All right, that's the spoon. Now scooch out. Who's next? And he's like, I'm next. Go ahead, get in the back, Zoo. Get in the back. Switch out. Come on, Kins, right up here. There you go, Kins. Watch out, Zoo. Watch out, Zoo. Via camera. You got it all, Kins. It's gone. You got it all. Yeah, it's all of it. You can't eat the spoon. Alright, all done. Now you get in the back. Go on. Get out of the limelight. Go on. You two. Go on. Get in the back. Get in the back. Come on, Letty. Come on up here, Ladybug. Get in the back. Come on up here, Ladybug. Yeah, good girl. Alright. Some Ladybug peanut butter. Oh, num nums. Yeah. Get out of there, Annie. I don't know. She's a heart stealer. She might just take him. What do you think, Zoo? Your head tilt? All right, a couple more licks. You clean it all up. You get that spoon cleaned up. Yeah, how about you? You gonna get that spoon cleaned up? And he's like, I will help. Say less. You can't eat the spoon, Annie. It's not edible. I'm trying to prepare this year so that I can make her live stream experience more comfortable. She doesn't like these elastics. So instead of cutting them, I have to pull them through the tiny little slots. But I do, in fact, have one mount just about free. There we go. Excellent. So there's the mount. I got it free. This is the one that was typically mounted on the chest. So I will figure out how to mount it to this. Whether I need to use zip ties or sew it on there with some heavy duty sewing string. I might use a different... I like this one though. I really like this vest here. It's simple to put on. It's got one clip. Just goes around her neck. And then it's got this little leash here that technically means she is indeed on a leash. Technically, she is on a leash. It's just only a foot long. Yes, I'm going to do that. I'm going to add it to mine. It came with the top and the bottom having the same mounting capabilities. But typically this would be mounted on the top, whereas this was like a chest piece. But she doesn't like these elastics. So I took this mount off because it allowed me to pull the elastics through the little slots there. Whereas this one's actually got them sewn on, and I didn't want to cut any of these. I don't want to destroy them in case I want to use them later. Oh yeah, it would definitely be better for her. She'd be more comfortable in it. She wears this one frequently, so she's never had any issues with it where she tries to take it off. But I noticed the second time around that I put this on her, she was chewing at these two straps that came around. You know, this one came around this way, and she was chewing at this strap. She might even have a teeth mark in it here somewhere. I don't know, but she was chewing on it. And I know if I left her long enough, she would have been chewing on it. But it's also got this other little one, which looks like it was made for a feline. And I would have used this one, but the mount for the camera has this little clippy section here, and that little clippy section goes right into these mounts, clips right on it. Whereas this one, you have to screw it in using that thing and like this little screw thing here. So I would need to unscrew it each time I took it off of this mount. The picture on the box shows this one being used on a cat. So I don't know. But eventually it's going to end up looking something like that. Mounted on the... well, I guess it's backwards because the camera goes the other way. But something like that is going to end up being how it looks. Like I said, I just have to figure out how I want it to be mounted and whether or not I want to get in the way of this hand grip here. Because there's enough space here. If I got rid of this D-ring, there would be plenty of space here for me to just sew it right there. And I wouldn't be sacrificing this handle. But I would need to get in the way of the camera to grab the handle. So I'm going to brainstorm. It might just be I have to put it off center, maybe. Or mount it above the handle. Maybe in the reverse order, like that, maybe. That looks like it would fit okay. Like that. Wouldn't get in the way of this. The only thing that I see being an issue with the camera is when she's got the leash attached to her and she changes direction from me, getting it all tied up around the camera like that. Especially with the extendable leash. It could be. It could be that one made for humans.
I don't know. The picture doesn't show it being worn as a body cam. The picture shows it worn as animals wearing it. But yeah, this will end up being the result it looks like. I just don't know how it will act when it comes to the leash being part of it. So nice and relaxing. Yes, girly. Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's what I was thinking. I tend to find things are more expensive than what I could make on my own for free. So like to have two cameras mounted on the same hand pole, right? Those dual camera mounts, they're like $40 a piece. I was able to use materials I had at home, and I made one for free. Of course, the other one's not here because the phone's currently mounted on it. But I made this thing for free. It's got, it's MacGyvered together for sure, but it's going to do what I need it to do. It's going to hold both phones, and it's going to point both phones in the same direction so that they film the same content. This way I can have the live stream on one side and the filming on the other side. Yeah, I'll make this one work. No need to spend extra. This one will work for what I need it to. Like I said, if I need to put some zip ties, it'll be easy enough, simple enough to put some zip ties over this. Stab a little hole in here and use the zip tie, or I'll sew it down directly, and then this mount will just stay on this harness. And when not in use, I'll just pop the camera off. And this is pretty low profile too. It's not very big. You can see it fits right in the size of my hand. So it's pretty low profile, and it's not really heavy either. It's fairly light. It's mostly foam. Like even this is a foam actually. It's like a heavier version of foam than this stuff. But the only real piece of plastic is the mounting bracket. That's the only piece that's actually plastic there. You can see it's separated. So it's very lightweight. I think she'll be comfortable wearing it once it's mounted to her harness. Possibly, yeah. She does tie me up though once in a while. She does tie me up once in a while. No, she didn't chew it out of boredom. She chewed it out of defiance. She chewed it out of defiance. And that's how this leash went from being a 4-foot long leash to being a 1-foot long leash, because she chewed it out of defiance. Now I cut it right here, but it used to go to about here. There was about this much length of it where she had chewed the section of it right here, and I just cut it back. But there's still a hand loop, so I can get a hold of her. Yeah, she chews it out of defiance. I had the windows rolled down one time, and I had clipped her to something similar to one of these, and then I had attached it to the seat belt, which, you know, it's stretchy. It gives you quite the distance to travel with it. And when I came back to the car, she had chewed through the seat belt. She was like, "You ain't gonna tie me down in this car." She chewed through the seat belt and jumped out the window. She was pretty defiant in her doggy days. She's still in her puppy days, but she was pretty defiant. Let's see. I don't think Walmart has any shade in their parking lot. So I think it might be just me and Zuma going. Oh, the worst thing she ever did while being stuck in the car, though, is pull out all the weather stripping around the window and the door. So you know that gasket that goes around the car door? Keeps the water from getting in when it rains? She had gotten a hold of a corner of that, and then just piece by piece pulled it off the door all the way around. She's definitely had her moments. Huh, girly? You're much better now. Much better now. Yeah, she knows that she's not getting left behind too often, so she's much better now. But she doesn't like being left in the car either. I either have to put the windows up to the point where she can't stick her head out, or I have to put them all the way down. And this is something that I learned from watching a video of a dog who was really excited to getting out of that truck. And when he jumped out the window that was just enough to stick his head out of, his collar bumped into the window and shattered it. So after seeing that video, now I either put the window down all the way or up just enough for me to be able to get an arm in. They won't be able to get their heads out. They've locked me out of the car too, if you can believe that. About a month ago, we went to Walmart. I met Dana there with the kiddo. And so we took Zuma in, we did our shopping, we came back out. And it was fairly dark out. It was cooler. And then these two had locked me out of the car. They must have hit, you know, the little button next to the window when they were looking out the window. And if you do that on the driver's side, it locks all the windows, all the doors, including the back. You know, these little turds keep you on your toes, that's for sure. Yup. Yes, they do. She's taught me a lot about myself too. She's probably taught me more about myself than I've learned from most other things in my life. Part of the really positive thing that come out of these dogs is when they see me getting loud or frustrated, they get scared of it. And, you know, rightfully so. Somebody gets loud, starts sounding aggressive. You probably don't want to be in the same room with that person. But in the same sense, it reminds me that my tone has changed. So when I see them being scared, I get this feeling of remorse. And I'm like, oh, I didn't mean to scare you, puppy. I was just getting passionate about something. So it's like kind of a mood checker. Kind of keep your attitude in check type thing. Yeah. It's hot out here, huh, girly? What do you think? Oh, thanks. Yes. Alexandra is back. Hello, hello. Oh. I don't know what I'm going to do 10 years down the line from now. I think I would already be devastated as it is. And I can't imagine having 10 more years of experiences to be devastated over. But I know that the fate is something we can't avoid, right? Holy friggin' moly. Huh. You want to see something ironic? So this vest is made by a company called Active Dog, but then their tag doesn't stay on the Active Dogs. Very ironic. They're very interested in the neighbors right now. And he's hiding just a little bit off camera. What was that side-eye look you just gave me, Annie?
So, fun fact about Pyro's life here. So the neighbor who owns the house is fixing it up from the last tenant, and is apparently only going to stay here a month. But he's going to put a fence up. Livio! Hello, Livio! If you guys haven't already, hit that thumbs up button. YouTube wants you to hit the thumbs up if they want to keep sending people here to watch. Alright. We're gonna get the little escape artist geared up here first. Hold on, Zoo, back up. We gotta run to the store here, get them some doggy food. But little Miss Escape Artist here needs to be harnessed, or she's gonna run off. I'll spend 20 minutes looking for her. Or waiting for her to come back. You're staying, Zoo. You're staying, Zoo. You're staying, Zoo. Okay. She wants to get out too. No, Annie, no. You are the runner, so you need to stay with me. There we go. Rack. Correct. There is no lantern. Not right now. Ready. Turn up the volume on that. What did I do with my sewing stuff? My sewing equipment. Check it out. It's my sewing equipment. I like to use dental floss because it has a very high tensile strength. This is a braided and waxed nylon. Get out of here, fly. So I'm going to hand sew this on because I don't see a package of zip ties in the house. Either way, hand sewing it will keep it from moving, where zip ties will break. Oh, it typoed that one on me too. It auto-corrected that one. That was supposed to say damned. Where is that damned thing? And that's Spanish for where's the fire? Me. Adding it right now. All right, Vegan Air has its own command now. Where are you hiding to? Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding to? What are you hiding for? Let's see, how do I want to mount this here? I want to hold this. Probably like that. I think that might be the best way to do it. Let me see before I start sewing here.
got this older harness here that might do the trick. I don't know though. It's definitely gonna need to have some stuff removed, like this D-ring. But I got an old harness here that she used to wear, a little pink thing. I think that would mount quite well there. A little place, but it would mount quite well right there. Let's see if it still fits her the way that it should. Stand up. Stand up. Come on, stand up. Yeah, that still fits you pretty good. It's a little old. But it still fits, yeah? Yeah, that still fits. Little hand holder here. The rest of the thing still fits. Yeah, that'll work. We'll do that. I really like that red one. So I kind of want to do, I'm still partial to doing the red one. But now I know that at least this one will work. For Annie, if nobody else. This one's a little beaten and tattered. Yeah, she's trying to tell me something. Yep, I'm still going to mount it to this red one. Pretty simple to do, honestly. It should be pretty simple to do. Hand sewn. Hand sewn. That's how this is going to go. Alright, we've got the first stitch. We got the first stitch in there. We'll put another one in to buckle it down. Oh, that's not where I wanted this stitch. I gotta remove this stitch. Okay. It's not how I wanted it to go in there. I'm trying to make the stitches as invisible as possible. Just because I'm not a fan of how it looks when it's not. I don't think we have a command for that one, but singular. I believe there is a command for just kiss. Check. Yes. There is a command for singular. officially attached by 2 stitches. Give me kisses. Kiss, kiss. More than that, I want more kisses. Come on. Thank you. Thank you. Good girl. She was like, oh, here's 1 kiss. No, that wasn't enough kisses. I want more than that. One set of stitches. Might be a little off center. It's alright. almost got it mounted completely on here. Almost. So I got some stitches right there. I'm putting some more in. I'm gonna have 4 stitches for each of these. I'm doing this by hand. She has gone into hiding. Little turd. What are you doing, little turd? What are you doing, little turd? She came to join us. Alright. We got 4 more stitches on this side. We got matching stitches. It looks official, right? Like it's supposed to be there. Looks very neat. On the underside, not so much. But I gotta sew a knot here on the underside so it doesn't come loose, fly off. Ow. Stabbed myself with it. Right under the nail. Ouch. Time for a snack. You know that word, Zoo? You know that word, snack? Alright. Let me see here. Might have a snack for this one. Maybe. I think all we've got left is crumbles. I gotta run and see you get it. All we've got left is crumbles of the beef jerky. Gonna have to go pick up some more. Where is the plates here? Alright, we got this plate. We got deoxidizers here, do not eat. Looks like a wrapper of some sort. Made it into there. Alright. We've only got the crumbles left. Oh, we don't need that piece of plastic. We'll get that piece of plastic out of there. So this is what's left of the duck jerky. Just the crumbles left now. It's all yours, Zoo. They won't know. They won't know. They'll never know. They'll never know. Those were bought specifically for Zuma anyway, so I've been sharing them. Good snack, Zoo? Good snack? Thanks.
basically mounted. Just another set of stitches.
Yeah, looking real neat there too.
Two sets of stitches.
Is the harness a snitch?
I guess it will be once there's a camera on it. I was just referring to the stitches that I'm putting in it.
Hey, I heard the hospital's fresh out of stitches. They're sending all snitches straight to ditches.
Yeah, this is gonna go over really well. I like this. I might end up taking this handle off at some point, but I wanted to add, see, I wanted to add like bags right here. Let's see if she's got hers. I don't know where it's at right now. I've got a bag similar to this one. It's a little bit smaller that I keep her poop bags in so I can clean up after. And the plan was to mount the bag on the side, but underneath the Velcro, it's a little bit smaller. It's about this, and it only comes to about here. So it's a little bit smaller bag. And the idea would be then she could carry stuff like phone chargers and charging cables, and you know, I've got this booklet here, not booklet, little case here that it holds the cards that I was talking about. When anybody gives me trouble about being in public, I pull one of these cards out. It's got all the information about the ADA law on it, and I'll just give them that card and go about my way. I pretty much just hand them the card and give them this look like, don't ask questions, don't give me directives. That might not work. That might be too short for 4. Let's see.
be able to get 3 out of this one. I think I'm only going to be able to get 3 stitches out of this one. What do I do with that knife? There it is. I think I should have just tied it before I started pulling it through. It's on there. There we go. Officially mounted. I only did 3 stitches on that one because I ran out of line and I don't want to pull a new set. That means we are in go mode, right? We're ready. Ready to do the live stream in the public when Zuma's ready too. Ooh, sorry about that, guy. I didn't realize it was gonna snap like that. So we'll have this guy doing 2 screens. We'll have this camera on the Zuma recording all the nonsense. Well, there it is. That's the setup there. I'm interested. Oh, it's an hour away though. It's on the bucket list. You know, I've got to be that guy. If I'm going to get in information for them and keep them, you know, informed, then I've got to go follow up on it, right? I got to follow up on that. I think what I'll do for this one though is not do the live stream, just so we can get a test going for Zuma's thing, and we'll give a test out to these 2 cameras doing their thing. Oh, she will. She will undoubtedly kiss somebody at Walmart. Undoubtedly. If somebody decides to pet her, she will kiss them. That is for a fact gonna happen. And she gets a lot of attention, so. She's always getting compliments about how beautiful she is. So either way, I gotta go pick up that dog food now. I don't think... I don't know if I want to stay live to do that. Because it would probably be black screen on live. You'd be able to hear me, but you wouldn't be able to see me. Four hours, 39 minutes, 29 seconds. I mean, we hit our quota. We definitely hit our quota for today. All right. Yeah, let's do it. The other thing I thought I could do is, I don't know if I'm able to because I haven't tried it yet, but I was thinking I could screen share with the camera open, and then I'd be able to film and live stream at the same time from the same device. I don't know if it's possible. But yes, let's go find our way to the Wally world. And we'll mount little Missy with this bad boy here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It would have camera elements on the screen. It wouldn't be very clean. And this is fully charged. I charged it up last night. Doing, Zoo? Come on up here. You're hiding from the viewers. Yeah. So I'll take you guys with me when we go there, but I'll probably end it in the parking lot. And then in a short amount of time here, you'll be able to see some content of Zuma in public with doggy cam. So we're going to run that test today. Yeah, I was just thinking that would make it so that I could film and also live stream at the same time. It would only be the live stream that had the camera elements on it. The full 60 megapixel ultra high def 10 plus film would not have the stream elements on it, or the camera elements on it. This guy needs to find a different place to park. He is right on the corner. sticking her head out the window. Yeah, buckle up, girly. I've actually got a harness buckle for her, but being this house, she's chewed through the leash a couple times. It's not really an option for this one. What a gorgeous day out. I mean, there's clouds all over the place, but it's a very pretty cloud structure. It's like if we don't get rain today, we'll get rain tomorrow. That's what it looks like. I wonder what the forecast says. High UV. Okay. For you guys who want to see the content that I will be producing next, you are going to want to be subscribed to Zuma's account so we can go live and you can see all that. That link should be showing up on the screen any second now, but it will be youtube.com/@Zuma Kissed Me, one word, ZUMAKISSEDME. Already getting attention. Already getting attention. She stuck her head out the window and people were looking at her. All right. Chocolate. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for stopping in, liking the stream, coming by every single day, and chatting with me. This is where we part our ways. And check out Zuma's page for the content you're about to miss right now. That's right, Botrix. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Subscribe. Go to Zuma's page. Subscribe. So you can see the content we're going to produce next. Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen. Be nice to each other.